Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look.
What are you doing? Stop! You turned into a bat! We discovered that Trucy fell for a scam. Somehow using a magic clipboard. No, it's not magic, but still. And now the entire office and everything in it is going to be repossessed, and we're going on the street, and Trucy's going to jail. We owe $3 million. I have yet been paid. There is no money in anyone's bank account except Trucy. And Trucy is in jail. There's a lot going on. And Phoenix is off in a foreign country, so he can't help. Wasn't there a thing I wanted to do? Did I do it? I don't remember. Anyway, April 28th, 9:15 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby. Number 3. I'm fine. Fine. I'm apollojustice, and I'm fine.
Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning.
Ah! I did it! Ah! I forgot I put you in that! I couldn't remember!
He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. Get together, Apollo!
Yikes! Athena! When did you get here?
Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up.
Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine.
You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sadmati? Nayuta Sadmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor.
Oh yeah? What did you find out?
Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head.
Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true.
Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well.
In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. I forgot I put you in that. That's why I know you're ready. Well, I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. Oh, that's Phoenix. Believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Ray is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. Fine. I'm fine.
There he goes again. Almost like he's chanting a prayer.
I'm fine. Fine. I'm apollojustice, and I'm fine!
If you say so, Apollo.
The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes! We're fine! Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. April 28th, 9:30 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 6. Freaking slow typewriter that I can never skip. All rise. Oh, right! I'm still in middle school! Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Hi. Why do you have so many mini Magatamas on your wrist? you were reminding me of the royal family from Fishman Island. What is going on with you? There's no wind in here. In the prosecution. Prosecutor Bonney. Bonney? Is that how you say his name? Bonney? 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, pray. Yes. Yes, I see. You're this monk, correct, Prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurin. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country. May make many blunders.
He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he?
Why are you here? You need to be... Don't you need to be at your ship at Tribune? We need to make the 3 million somehow. You need to go to work, Athena. You're not Trucy. Why am I about to call you Trucy? That's not right. Okay, I did. There you go. Alright, Athena, we put you in that maid outfit for a reason. Go to Tribune and work for the 3 million, please. We can't afford to be on the streets.
I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy.
No, the Prosecutor Bonney. Your opening statement, if you would.
Certainly. The name of the Holy Mother. I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace, known as the Twilight Realm.
I'm hoping that voice suits him. It's hard to do a male voice like that.
Now, let the last rites of the victim begin.
Yuta Sanamari. Really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor. Wonder how that will come into play today.
Where'd the scroll go? How long is this scroll? Why do you have a scroll? Yeah, that's true. And, well, apparently, Phoenix beat up Mobster Lobster, so there's no gangster out for Tribune anymore, so... Why? Wait a second. His scarf thing is going in a spiral around him. What is this? What kind of sorcery do you have to where you make your apparel do this, man? What kind of sorcerer are you? I know you're a monk, but come on. Look at that. It's literally spiraling. It's not just like waving around. It's actually spiraling. Yeah, definitely doesn't, or else Eldo Noodles would have been dead a long time ago. And I think Tribune gained its money back from Gumshoe, if you think about it. And when everyone dragged me there to pay for them.
The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim spilled out. Dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Mystery.
What was that? Okay, I fixed it.
The victim's name was Manov Mystery.
Man of Mystery, really?
Otherwise known as the Great Mr. Reeves. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick.
Autopsy report added to the court record.
Oh, okay.
So his death was just an unfortunate accident. It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus that this was a murder made to look like an accident.
I see. You believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as much.
So that's how it's going to be, huh? I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all.
Very well. And now, let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor.
If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning?
My reasoning? Well, I'd have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant.
I see. Find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind.
Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Samadi!
Excuse me, but I don't... What was that? What was that? What was this ninjutsu? Is this a 1000 depth jutsu? What just happened?
If you don't mind my asking, Prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
1000 depth jutsu? Or something like that. Something a Naruto jutsu, for sure.
Sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Gramyras incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real.
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, and to guide victim souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused guilt now, no harm will come to you.
Sadamati, real quick, we don't execute attorneys here!
But, should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Right.
Now, wait just 1 minute here. Putrid? Pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
You have not met Franziska. At least he's creative. She just keeps calling everyone a fool and talking about a foolish fool's foolish foolery.
Prosecutor Sadamati. That may be the way you conduct trials in Kirin, but I would appreciate if you would refrain from such charged language here.
Your Honor, that was but a Kirinist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kirin, huh? Even still, that was way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes.
The trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it?
What?
Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
Okay.
You're eating them even faster than last time!
Uh-oh. I thought she'd said goodbye to the snackos.
Like a rabbit!
Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself.
Then why didn't you say that to the onigiri lady that was feeding you dish after dish? Why is it only when you're not offered food?
What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out.
Detective Sky, your testimony, please.
Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided.
Don't do that soft smile. Freaking don't look like that.
Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end.
Despair. I can't help it every time.
But
Let it go and move on.
Okay. You know, I still can't tell if you're a dude or a chick, even though I know you're a dude now.
Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother.
Oh, she's back to eating like a rabbit. Oh, no, she's sadly eating.
fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy.
She and Prosecutor Samadhi don't seem to get along very well, do they?
Now we continue. Prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive.
What motive?
The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky.
Alright. Please take a look at this poster.
Well, what?
Troop Gramyras poster from 13 years ago.
Hmm? Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Mr. Wright's dressing room?
It's a revised version of the poster. This one says cancelled under Mr.
Reuse.
That's right. Mr. Reuse left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Ryu's right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick.
Ouch. That's quite a scar.
Because of the accident, Magnifique Gramyras concluded Mr. Rios was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifique announced Mr. Rios wouldn't be appearing. But in difference of Magnifique's decision, Mr. Rios tried to go on stage anyway. Thus, in turn, caused Magnifique to oust Mr. Rios from the troupe on the spot.
He kicked Mr. Rios out! That seems rather extreme.
Coming from you, I understand, considering you don't kick out anybody, whether they have a bullhorn or a whip, or they weaponize coffee.
Did he really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troop Gramyras was so passionate, or should I say extreme, about it that it caused problems for them from time to time.
Yes. They even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now, the troop's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
I hate you. I don't like you.
You sound rather extreme yourself, Prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor.
I'm thinking of multiple ways how to murder this man.
As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop.
I will tell those close to him I will get my revenge on Troop Gramyras someday.
Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
You have a word of the day calendar, don't you? Because there's no way you're smart enough to just know these. nice design. And I like that he's like a more mellow character out of everyone else, but gosh, is he a jerk. He sucks. Also, why are you using word of the day words? The courtroom is not a place for you to use your word of the day. Because he only says one really big word every time. Showing or feeling opposition or hostility towards someone or something.
Antagonistic.
Antagonist. Stupid! It's antagonistic!
That certainly sounds antagonistic.
Oh, that's so good that Edgeworth cleared out all the That's why Pain is in Curane! I remember he got chased out in last game. 13-year-old poster updating the court record.
And then, his choice for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky.
I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
Witness testimony. The defendant's motive.
The victim planned to get his revenge on Troupe Gramyras during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rites was going to first steal the Gramyras notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rites, make it look like an accident.
We found the notebook in Mr. Rites' stuff. She did not know it was stolen. She thought it was still in her bag. What are you going on about?
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
The victim's assistant, Bonney Defame, gave the police a statement. Bonney Defame.
Oh, your name literally means to fame, isn't it? Man of mystery. What's up with all these pun names? Good Retinz.
Testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Ryu said, "I'm going to reveal all the Troupe Gramyras secrets on stage today."
What?
Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it?
You're telling me.
Allow me to give you one piece of advice. Defense.
Oh? And what's that? You got a soul, butterfly.
Let it go and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul.
I don't care that the soul eater butterfly likes you. You're still a jerk.
One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell.
Like you?
And then he ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
Wait, what did I ask 6 games in? What did I ask? But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up.
Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stinkbug at best in your next life.
As long as I'm not Toko's best friend. Okay, but you gotta admit the ones in this one are actually a lot. There's a lot more in this one. Stink bug? Please tell me I'm not gonna be Toko's best friend. Please? I don't want to be her best friend. I don't want to be a serial killer's best friend. Please, no!
Now then, Mr. Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
Did you just about call me a stink bug, Your Honor? Call you a friggin' vulture.
The defendant's motive.
Huh? Why is it... Okay, wait. Why in Q-Raid it's a bunch of souls and here it's my attorney's badge? Is my attorney's badge dying? I never noticed that. I forgot about that.
Hold it.
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was gonna do it? And then...
Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation.
He won't be able to afford my snackos.
That was not planned. That's my soul as a lawyer too? Wait, really? Wait, that's what divine punishment meant?
Let the detective have his knack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, Trilogy was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy and Rites sought to recapture their former glory.
The defendant! And at such a young age, too! How impressive!
Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen onto the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her.
It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Ryus plan to get his revenge? And please, put down the snackos before you continue with your testimony. Unless you give me some. I'm kind of hungry. Kind of skipped a lunch. My wife just packed me a lettuce wrap. It wasn't enough.
She's still eating!
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ryus was going to first steal the Gramyras notebook.
Hold it.
What evidence do you have that Mr. Ryus actually stole the notebook? Well, you see,
Whenever you're ready, Detective.
Fret not, Detective Sky. You have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made.
forensic discovery. What did she discover specifically?
Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Ryus.
What?
The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say well done, Detective Sky.
Got a little too addicted to using your precious white powder, did you, Emma?
Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Ryus intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge.
Alright. Well, first, he stole the notebook. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it.
I'm going to reveal all true Gramyras secrets on stage today? That's what Mr. Ryus himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Gramyras secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind true Gramyras magic.
Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Rius was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, he naturally panicked.
So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Rius' things because he had stolen it himself?
I see. Truly a move that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway.
Yeah, the show I saw where a guy was revealing a bunch of magic tricks, the dude was apparently getting death threats from a bunch of magicians. Because he showed like the disappearing, reappearing chick. He also showed how he did the escape the burning box thing. He showed a lot of magic tricks, like a shadow coming to life and something like that. It's been forever since I watched it, so I don't remember all the tricks he showed. But he always wore a mask because he was actually getting death threats from real magicians for it. Yeah, they don't. Because he was revealing magician's secrets. It was a show I found on Netflix when I was a kid. I was really interested in magic back then, so I watched it a lot.
Hold it!
Do you really believe what you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Rius to stop him from getting his revenge?
Of course I don't think that. The Trucy we...
This was a very long pause for you.
Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky?
Yes, you did.
Please recite my exact words to you.
Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully.
Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all.
Yes, Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they?
Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water.
As I was saying... The defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal this.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder?
Beats me.
What? The basis is beats me?
Ask Prosecutor Bonney over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either.
Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer.
Please don't get me kicked out of the forensic unit! Anything but that!
Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Samadi, what are your grounds for claiming homicide?
It was the luminous tape in the understage passage.
What?
I realized that had moved. Moved so that Mr. Rius would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake.
What?
Mr. Rius was waiting in the understage passage. The poster I used the upstage ladder showed here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area, after being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1. Mr. Rius was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape that had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So, the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into.
And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape?
But of course, Detective Sky.
Oh, that's right! I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? You actually have proof?
Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on?
Absolutely not!
Detectives, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
The defendant's prints were on the tape. Guess she must have moved it during the show.
Hold it!
What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was Detective's intuition.
I think she was just trigger happy.
He tested not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints.
Oh?
He dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me.
It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic.
The tape was moved. Kind of Mr. Reuse into the coffin that was downstage. If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident.
It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints were on the tape.
I
wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Wait, but she wears gloves. Wait, but she wear glove. Yep, here it is, right here.
Objection!
She wore glove. I'm sorry, Detective Sky. There's a flaw in your testimony.
Oh, really?
The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she wouldn't leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't. Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints were found on or in it.
That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin.
I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. She always wears gloves. I'm convinced she doesn't even have hands at this point.
Oh!
She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient.
Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, Prosecutor Bonney, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
See, apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought.
What?
More than a stink bug at any rate.
Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you?
Would that really be any better?
They look cooler. Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool with those long mandibles of theirs. I was joking! Huh?
If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question.
Alright, shoot.
Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Let me look at something. Let me... I saw something in the smoke there. Something else going on in that smoke. Give me one sec. I'm trying to work out something. I'm trying to figure something out. Give me 1 second. That's fake sword. Or a real one. I'm trying to...
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. The accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose. That means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter.
I see. It was an involuntary manslaughter. They could plead extenuating circumstances. The severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue it was an accident?
This is it. The all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Ryu's death was... It was a murder. It has to be a murder. No way it was an accident. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And, what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit and someone else? Is someone else?
That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit. Your mind echoes just as loud in emptiness. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
What? I've been demoted to a vegetable? How? I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim.
Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then.
Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
Very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
It was magic. He was killed under stage.
What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword would have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Samadi?
And that is the third time.
The third time of what?
Did you throw beads at me? Mardi Gras! That didn't run perfectly around my head! What the heck is this? Are you cursing me now? Ah! Ow! 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 My head! What'd you do? What do you think you're doing?
And the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you need to be punished.
Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? Freaking Anaconda Mardi Gras beads. What the frick was that?
It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon.
Sermon? Ow! I've heard plenty of those in my life. I don't need another one.
There was a passage in the sacred scriptures of Curanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh?
A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great.
And in this case, you are that frog, defense.
What exactly is your point anyway?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Let's see. The people in the show were...
Bonney de Fame, the victim Mr. Reuse, and Trucy Wright. Bonney de Fame was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now, do you see? The accused killed Mr. Reuse as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident.
No! Again with the butterfly. It's a translucent butterfly too.
Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother.
You have an infestation of soul butterflies in here. How many people have died in this courtroom? 2? 2 that I know of? 3? There have been 3. There are 3 people that have died in this courtroom. Never mind.
O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another pure mind has been guided toward enlightenment.
I can't believe I swallowed his trick question hole. Trick question hole. I mean, there was almost also a 4th death, but there was only 3.
Objection!
Sorry, but I have to raise my objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo.
And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in continence.
Continence? I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. Where is it, huh?
You would contribute to this discussion in that capacity.
I most certainly would! You just argued that defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl.
Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send this little child's guardian to come take her home.
He's currently in your homeland? I'm sorry? But I'm not done with my sermon! You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Samadhi, you know? Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would have to have been hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, Prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priests of Curanism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective.
Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden?
I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible.
But of course. Firefly, there was a way for even a small creature in the car to raise the victim's body up.
Huh? Wait, you really can explain it?
I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I prepared a witness.
Well, I admire your readiness, Prosecutor.
It would have been.
It is really not that difficult when we can read the ultimate outcome of any trial.
Couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he?
Very hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I sit down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky.
I'm sorry for, the way I handled all this.
You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable.
It was?
Yes. You served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Oh! Thank you.
I hope we can work together again in the future.
Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise.
I guess she's a pretty nice person, like they say. He's a pretty nice person, like they say. As long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us call the next witness.
Oh, it's you. Hi, Bonney. What you doing?
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a logomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonney de Fame. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There is a time and a place for all things, including magic.
Aw, but it would be okay if I did just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody is waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment.
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her, but I guess I have to, don't I?
A huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what the sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Of destroying Trucy, you mean.
Under stage passage.
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rios. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. It is possible. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that?
There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she's shown clearly in the TV show footage as well.
I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Rites. Not little me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty.
Gotta be kidding me.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
In Two-Faced Rabbit Girl.
Hold it!
You said you were a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right?
Oh, yes! I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile.
She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right?
Oh, yes! After all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, as a fellow magician.
Bye, buddy.
But then that horrible accident happened.
It was not an accident. It was murder. Witness, please explain, if you would, how a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body.
Guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used the stage lift.
Hold it!
What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right?
No,
Actually, we did try it out for ourselves.
You did?
Detective Sky, if you would.
Oh! Well, so that's why you made me do that.
Detective Sky, what did he have you do?
The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers from the stage lift. Not a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it.
You're kidding.
It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter-arguments.
Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Or like Hottie.
I guess that means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean... Is it possible? Could Trucy really have...
Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Fame? Please, finish your sentence.
Eek! Oh, well, I...
Don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe?
What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But, taking all the facts into account, what else can I think?
I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy. Shatara? Are you telling me to shut up?
How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve?
There was such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing.
You've never been able to do that. Looking at me like this isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor.
Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body.
Right? If Trucy did use the stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2.
Hold it!
Stage lift number 2. You mean the stage lift shown here on the left?
stage lift. I think even a small girl can easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Of course not. I believe in Trucy.
I just realized the only person with a voice like that didn't turn out to be a murderer in some capacity or a terrible person that I gave that voice to is freaking Juniper Woods. That's the only person who has that high-pitched voice that didn't turn out to be evil.
Sad, I'm a huge fan of hers.
In some capacity. Even the circus 16-year-old kid, she's still evil in some capacity, considering she freaking paralyzed a man.
Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up?
She paralyzed one man and put the other one in a coma, all for a prank.
They're going to be stars. Daddy said that the dead ones are stars. You die, you become a star. Mommy's a star.
Defense. What position was stage lift number 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position.
Ah!
And the reason why it was fully raised, because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree?
Don't throw those at me again. I thought you had a bag of chips or something. I thought you were gonna throw it.
Feel free to slowly reel it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
Why are you calling me a pepper? I'm not a capsicum.
So now I'm also evil?
I'm guessing he's calling me a jalapeno over a capsicum.
I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh?
Mr. Fame, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have a snap there for a second, didn't I?
You didn't just snap. You broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance?
Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat.
Mr. Fame, to was the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, he was supposed to be placed... We were supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flipped it up. I made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lift around.
I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof.
I think you were trying to mess her up. Darn it. I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony.
Now, do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps. Don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there.
I beg your pardon.
Oops. Oh, that's kind of into me. I'm so sorry.
Give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask.
Well, defense. Are you ready to let it all go now?
Of course not. I'll never give up.
I see. I suppose this too is fate.
Roll.
The sacred scriptures of Curanism describe a variety of hells for the damned. Someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate. Papal Boljig seems most appropriate.
People boil what? Oh, wait, that's Gramyras.
Well, what sort of terrible place is Papa Buljig?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to Antline's sandpit trap.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
You have an antlion in your backyard? You might need to call an exterminator, dude! Are those the freaking fire ants from, Indiana Jones?
Wow. Uranus hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims. That the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo? If you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology.
You mean?
I heard some discord in Bonney's voice while she was testifying. See? Witch picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena. Let's give it a try.
You got it!
Hold it!
Your Honor! I'm afraid that our witness, Miss Defame, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident.
She is.
Yes, what with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under an awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right?
Yes! We send a bunch of stress to you by mail. That's what, no, it's post-traumatic stress disorder, man. PTSD. Which I still need to get tested for. Anyway.
It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
No, it's not. No. Post-traumatic stress disorder is when somebody has terrible memories and they weren't able to process it during that time, so they began to build and build and build until it became so much that every time there's even an incident or an experience that's similar to it, they end up breaking down in some sort of way. A lot of war veterans have PTSD because of loud noises, and if it's like a childhood trauma thing, then simple things like the taste of certain food or getting slapped or being yelled at can cause mental breakdown and putting you into a spiral, which is usually caused by PTSD. Most of the time it's an event that happened, and a repeat event that's even similar can cause a trigger which will cause them to break down crying, screaming, being angry, or having flashbacks, or having a total personality change. Anyway.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. That's why the witness acts so hostile at times. As if she were a different person.
Yes, I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness.
Who's holding? You are.
Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie.
boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I?
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
There's also complex PTSD, which is not triggered by an event, it's triggered by memories. If a single memory or term of phrase or anything like that even happens, like if they ponder too much on a memory from their past, they can cause a spiral or panic attack depending on how severe the memory is. Cried myself to sleep a lot because of that. Anyway.
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
What exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice?
With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear witnesses' true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling.
I can even pick out feelings that witness is trying to suppress or hide, which it projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them.
It sounds like some sort of superious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence?
Well, I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' works have been in cracking the case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
See, you are in favor of it, Your Honor, but I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you! Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutors Samadhi. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right?
Yes. You want me to lead the session?
Of course! You're the lead on this case, after all.
Fair enough. But, need a refresher? No need. I'm good. I think I still remember from the last time. So let's get right into it.
Okie dokie. You ready, Bridget? Let's do this.
I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rios. Even she could have moved the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake. Stupid flap caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it.
Why are you happy then?
Got it.
I have to say, Mr. Fame, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you're feeling happy about it.
Ouch!
I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because it was... you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I?
You gotta be kidding me! Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers!
Because we saw you.
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what the sniveling brat deserves.
We saw how you said you hated Trucy Rites. How you were glad she was in trouble. And even how it was what she deserved.
Ouch!
Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak.
Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get down to 0%.
Well, Mr. Fame, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonney, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Keep that up, Mr. Fame, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are.
Who I really am.
The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing your psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole! You know nothing, know-it-all!
I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered.
Mr. Fame, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free.
Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look.
What are you doing? Stop! You turned into a bat! You're not a bunny at all, you're a bat! Well, what in the world?
Sheep's clothing. You got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with the goody two-shoes good intellect. I feel free as a bat.
You still got the rabbit tail.
Defense! Your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse for the looks of it.
There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes?
Methinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey, you! Lobster boy!
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? I think she's getting her just desserts. Well, guess what? You're right!
Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? No.
Well, that bet is out of the bag now! That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor.
What do you mean hard physical labor? What are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot!
That's strange. Lena, could you please add that last statement to Bonney's testimony?
Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo? Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony.
Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now?
Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
Alright, I've got you now, Bonney defame.
I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reus. Even she could have moved the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake. You know what? Serves her right! Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
There's definitely a contradiction in her testimony.
So just present evidence like you always do. And since we finally found something, I'd say we can call the therapy session succession of success.
You call Batsy McBat over there a success?
I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reuse. Blah 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 blah.
Objection!
Mr. Fame, I believe your statement contradicts with this piece of it. Oh gosh dang it.
Oh, really? And how's those to do that? I mean, you can explain, right?
Of course I...
Because if you mess up, it will suck you to... It will suck to be you, if you get my drift.
I can't do it.
Just as I thought.
I'm not ready to be her human juice box just yet.
I'm afraid the witness and I disagree on one point, Mr. Justice. Because I say it does suck to be you right now.
Of course it does. Ack! Well, there goes a pint of blood anyway.
I don't think that's where the contradiction is, Apollo.
Apparently not.
But there was one statement where Bonney let something slip.
Right. The little hole in her testimony that we've been waiting for.
Baba!
But do we have the piece of evidence I can challenge her careless comment with? I better take another good hard look at court record.
I know what I...
Trucy's statement?
Objection!
Yep, okay, there it is. That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No. That's not the point I was trying to make.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Mr. Fame, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still say that's...
But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known that she had done what she had done, unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? How are you down there? How are you down there and on stage at the same time?
Bye-bye. You did it, Apollo! Noise levels are 0%!
But Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Fame herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Mr. Fame, and one spectacular suspect.
Why, you shiny red lobster boy! You're saying I killed Mr. Reuse?
I'm saying that's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry.
Revelry? Is that really what you're saying?
But you seem to have forgotten one very important point.
Oh, really?
The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Fame was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact. You.
Are you sure, though? Maybe there's a moment when it leaves. Wait, they're back. They're red, though. With her teleportation trick, she must...
Has to be something. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just taken a long and senseless journey, only returned to the starting point. The witness would not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left that could have killed the victim is the accused.
Heck! Guess the party's over. But Mr. Fame knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Samadi?
It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Fame about it, but then forgot.
Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Fame really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and under the stage at the same time.
You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense.
It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part.
Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion.
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd.
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. Body double. Wear a wig, some contacts, body double. Or identical twin, still body double.
My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once?
There were two Bonnies. She teleported. There were two Bonnies.
There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were.
Two of them?
Suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in that courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 2, no, 3 screws to the head would run his putrid brain.
Very well, Bailiff, you could...
No, wait! Please listen to my argument.
Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
Wait, were you gonna tell the bailiff to actually go grab a toolbox? Wait a second. You mean it's not? Oh, his name's not a pun, okay. As we argued earlier, Mr. Fame is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there were two Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Samadi?
The humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws.
But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two.
We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonney to Fame in the footage is the real Bonney, then the Bonney here on the witness stand is the one who must have been under stage. This Bonney to Fame is our second Bonney.
She is?
Say we call the one in front of us Bonney number 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonney number 2 exists.
Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of Bonney number 2?
Say the show script, actually.
Take that!
That piece piece proves the existence of the second body?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor?
Not in the slightest.
What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing.
But this should be plenty obvious.
Of course. Of course. Yikes. I really made him mad at this time.
So another Bonney, huh? Bonney number 2. Basically, some yet unknown third party that was there in the theater, right?
Exactly. I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves such a person exists. We do? What evidence? What evidence do I have? Unknown prince. Unknown prince.
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case.
An unknown third party's fingerprints. I was not told of this.
Emma must have kept it from him.
So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Fame, or should I say, Bonney number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they?
Yeah!
Don't throw your beads.
Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Samadi. And I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonney DeFame's. But what they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh! You mean body number 2 is the second body? Is that what you're implying?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual.
Well, we can do it now. We can test now. Prosecutor Samadi, can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture. It will last longer.
How could this be?
If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonney, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonney number 2?
Witness! Is what the defense has said true?
Fine. I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonney DeFame?
What? Ridiculous.
You look so weird right now. Are there really 2 bodies?
Nope. There's only one Bonney. That's because I'm Betty.
Of course you're Betty. I was expecting you to call yourself Batty.
Betty DeFame.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement at this logomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation trick. Watch closely. It's showtime.
Oh, what? Hi. How'd you get here? You have a different umbrella. Somebody doesn't look amused. I knew it. I was right. I was right about doppelganger. And I was close with the twin sister, actually.
What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into two people!
It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either.
They're simply twins.
What?
Twins!
So that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonney. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore.
That's right. Our tease is sneaking around are finally over.
Their cover is blown. They actually seem pretty happy about it.
So, which one of you is the nice Bonney to Fame we met in the dressing room?
That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonney we saw that brings Raja under stage was...
Hey! Who are you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now. Printing results update in the court record.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the fact of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
Certainly does. During the show, it was Bonney who was on stage the whole time. So Bonney couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity.
Well, so we now have two suspects.
Wait just a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it.
That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody.
Hey, who's got a foul mouth here?
Oh,
Well, speak up. Huh?
Hold it!
You're a terrible sister. Please, save your siblings squabbling for later. Stop doing that! Bonnie's done nothing! Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage list being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine. I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Samadi. Betty to Fame is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Hey, what else could I do? I can't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar?
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortar coil in interrogation hell.
Geek!
Now then, Betty to Fame, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
Witness testimony. What happened under stage?
It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick.
it was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rites was supposed to do?
That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure that we were prepared for it.
It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it. I couldn't because of the accident.
Shut up! You're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was really busy.
You're too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rites.
Why isn't the fire bucket? Nobody's even touched the fire bucket! Well, that was certainly different.
Now, how's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Your sister is struggling under there.
Oh my! She's floating!
Do you not see the hands on her butt? Your Honor? You can see she's being held up from below.
You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. A little something called etiquette.
But... Can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out.
Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What happened understage?
It's true. I had business in the Understage Passage because of the upcoming trip.
If you were in the Understage Passage, which, need I remind you, was the crime scene, then you most certainly should be counted as a potential suspect.
But I don't have any motive to kill Mr. Reuse.
But you, by your own admission, hate Miss Wright when she was arrested as a suspect. You said it was what she deserved.
Objection.
So you believe the witness killed a man simply due to her dislike of Trucy Wright? As a motive, is that not implorable at best?
But what if her hatred caused her to bear a strong sense of malice against my client?
Look, Trucy just made me mad, that's all. I mean, even though she's younger than me, she's got so much skill and popularity. And she's cute besides. Gah, she makes me so mad I wish she would drop dead. Betty, don't talk like that. Shut your yap.
So was it just simple jealousy?
Benny, next trick you were getting ready for was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reuse was supposed to do?
Hold it.
Bonney? We're trying to get Betty's testimony right now, so...
Oh, hey, I'm sorry.
You can step down if you like. Oh, that explains why Bonney... Okay. That's why Betty didn't know we were down there, because Bonney was the one who actually unlocked it, not Betty. Wait. Retinz can tell them apart, or does he like them both? Wait a sec. How old are you guys? How old are you guys? 19... Bleh. How long have you known each other? How long have you, known each other? You're the real great Mr. Reese, aren't you, Roger Retinz? Mr. Reuse. How long ago was this? 13 years? 13 years ago. This man was only... He was only 17 then. Hmm. 17 versus 22. Which would make more sense to being in a magic show? It doesn't look any different. Mr. Retinz is... Oh.
There's no way he doesn't look any different from when he was younger. All of them look different when they got older. That would explain his hatred towards the true Gramyras. Wait a second. You're actually Mr. Reuse. And Man of Mystery is just the double man that you hired. You were okay with killing him. Because he was just... Oh. I think I put something together. I could be terribly wrong, but I think I put something together. You can step down if you like.
I'm worried about Betty, though. She can lose her temper and say awful things sometimes.
Hey, what are you, my mother? Don't forget, I'm the older sister. You got that?
Yes, I got it.
I guess I'd worry about Miss Betty constantly blowing her top if I were Bonney too. So, Betty, you were down at her stage getting ready for the fire trick, were you?
That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it.
Hold it!
And you were taking every necessary precaution. Is that right?
Of course! Every precaution. After all, it's a very dangerous trick that uses real fire. I mean, we had to be ready in case the certain curtain caught on fire or something, right?
By the time people realized it wasn't a part of the act, it might be too late, huh? If by people you mean Athena Sykes, then yes.
Whoa, a fire trick. That sounds really impressive.
Your beard would go up in smoke, old man. I bet people mistake you for a cue ball or something without it.
A cue ball?
Betty, don't be rude to the judge. Betty, you know the fire trick? It was in the script. I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident.
I see the fire trick was a part of the script. It seems Mr. Reuse was scheduled to perform it later in the show. Did you not get to see him practice it beforehand?
Oh, rehearsal. He said he didn't feel well. He couldn't breathe any fire for me.
Wait, let me get this straight. He couldn't breathe fire because he wasn't feeling well?
My magical powers appeared to be on the wane today. That's what he said.
So it was just part of his usual the great Mr. Reuse check.
It's really too bad I didn't get to see the trick because of the incident. Which was completely unexpected, of course.
Hey! Shut up! You're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was really busy.
Give what away? So what exactly do you mean by you're gonna give it away?
See, Bonney? You and your big mouth. Now Lobster Boy wants to know what we're talking about.
I'm sorry.
Yes, well, if you were preparing for the next magic trick, I'm sure you wouldn't have had the time to commit murder.
Wow. Looks like the old geezer isn't senile just yet, huh? I bet you'll live a good long life.
I plan to be sitting here at least another 10 years.
I think you would have dementia by then. You already kind of have it now. 10 more years. Don't know about that. And what did we discuss about inner monologues, Athena?
Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was so busy, I didn't have the time to off anybody.
Yeah, too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reuse.
Hold it!
Are you just trying to cover for Betty?
No, of course not. I believe in my sister. I know she never murdered anyone.
But you think my client would?
No, I believe in Trucy too. I know she never murdered anyone either.
Well, we just ran out of suspects in that case.
Yes, but...
See? You should just kept your mouth shut, dummy. You're just making a fool of yourself. Just be nice and quit like a good little bunny, got it?
Alright. I guess I'm no help.
Oh boy. It's impossible to get anything out of Bonney with Betty right there. So, Betty was too busy getting ready for the next trick to have time for murder, huh?
There must be some way to prove that that wasn't the case. It's true, I had business under stage.
And why wasn't the fire bucket filled? Why is it dusty? I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one that is... As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have never been... We have even better tricks up our sleeves.
Huh? We do?
I told you to keep it zipped.
Did you knock her cane over him? What just happened? No, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket laying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Heck!
Out!
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me!
Betty Defame, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain.
Come on, Benny. Can't hide it any longer. You might as well tell them.
Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she, afraid of fire, knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew the body would be found and that the show would then be cancelled.
Don't be ridiculous. You insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want? Huh?
Objection!
Whatever. They can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. Don't care about my hair anymore.
I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician.
You have been chased in the shadow of an illusionary culprit defense. And having chased upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away.
Huh?
Exactly. Where's your proof, huh?
And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness.
Deceitful trickery! As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not! I can't believe you people! Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do! You... Lobster boy! Cue ball geezer! Headcase brat! Cerberus monk!
What are these? Cerberus monk.
Cubal. Geezer.
Headcase brat? Really?
town. Come on now. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you. We can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case. What are you doing?
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry of this case.
Huh?
Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. The second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage.
But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance.
Again with the soul butterflies!
It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Ouch!
Planned out.
After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports. I even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you. I'm impressed.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonney, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true?
Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore.
Dang it! Fine! You got us! Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank. A big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Ryu showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted.
It was all
A prank. Bonney, is this really true?
Yes. Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic.
That's how this prank script went.
What?
What the heck kind of prank is that?
But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead.
Yeah. It's the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios.
So, I'm so completely lost right now.
Well, Betty and Bonney, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else.
You have a bat? Well, please tell me it doesn't have rabies at the very least. Oh, really? Wait, I was doing that? I didn't even realize.
After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. And Mr. Rios' Bonney appeared from the coffin on stage. It was time for Bonney to do her job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. It made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of the panicked Trucy. It was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead. So he kinda just stayed on the ground.
What kind of sick joke is that? I didn't even realize it was doing that, honestly.
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me.
All I was doing was trying to make sure it still sounded like when she broke character, her voice, was different, but still kind of similar. Oh, I guess that's what happened. Okay. It was by pure accident, I'm sorry.
The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. Sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ring Raja's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings, Raja.
Prank plan script added to the court record. Hearing the set piece falling.
Dang it! You made us break our contract! Now we won't get paid!
Mr. Rios' body will... You can still hear it! You can still hear Betty! Mr. Rios' body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing and flying up into the air. Another round of surprise.
But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim? And when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of the prank. Then when he was understage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also understage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video.
What video? Greetings, viewers! It is I, the great Mr. Rios! We are currently in the middle of Trucy's epic escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin?
It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Pt23 was and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reuse appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
It appears that way, yes.
In defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reuse entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean...
Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play right there on stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Reuse was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade.
Ah! See? Told you so.
So you say that the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. Oh, let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
What? I...
Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
Hey! Hey!
It looks like some sort of note.
Ah! That's the...
Found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now.
Bonney, get the video camera after Mr. Reuse comes tumbling out. What's this?
Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Reuse comes tumbling out.
It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonney to collect Mr. Reuse's video camera from him, it seems.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Trucy's note added to the court record. It doesn't make sense that the note's typed out, but then she writes it with pen on the bottom. What?
So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank.
It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not! And I didn't write or sign that note!
Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it! It wasn't me!
Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not?
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reuse! You have to believe me!
The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. This rite is it time to resign yourself to your fate?
No! I didn't do it!
Ha! I knew it!
That sweet-looking girl? A murderer?
She took all of us in with that act of hers. I told you! I knew she was a homicidal witch!
But I didn't do it! I really didn't! Why doesn't anybody believe me?
Shut up, you killer! We won't fall for that anymore!
This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling, and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves.
Very well. I suppose I have no other choice.
The clipboard! Wait a second, the clipboard! Clip! No, clipboard! The board of clips! Oh, thank goodness.
I hereby sentence Trucy Right.
The defense has an objection.
Apollo!
You, even now you would.
I won't give up. And I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me.
Mr. Justice, the fact that you've raised an objection means that you have evidence that which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct?
Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed.
As we saw in the show footage, there's no question the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let's not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes. The defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin?
Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you would interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will severely penalized if I find you are bluffing.
That's all of my life! I've already wasted 2 of them! Don't kill me now! That's fine, Your Honor. I'm fine with dying, apparently. It shows that it's possible the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. Sword stand.
What's this? A sword from the show.
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then, why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Do you not know when to give up, Stinkbug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact.
After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
But the sword the accused used was a rubber one. Then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rites was alive when he entered that coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor.
Yes, I saved it. Somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. Crime photo update on the court record. Hey, give me 1 second. I need to check something. I know what killed him. It was the hook! The hook killed him!
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare.
Hook is what killed him. April 28th. District Court. Defendant lobby. So slow. Number 3. Give me 1 second. I need to check something else. One other thing I need to check. I need to watch this game. Just give me 1 second. 1 second. Oh, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor's samadhi either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? What?
Whoa, boy. Am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something?
That's you, isn't it? Frick you, Tony Schlark!
Got your next evil scheme in the works already?
What do you want?
Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Is that what the Gramyras creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Gramyras?
Go away, you creep!
Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet?
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't have a camera on me.
Huh? What happened to the camera?
Just disappeared. Right before our very eyes.
You forgot I called him Tony Schlark. Like a blinding light. Hit it. I'm telling you, he's the magician.
I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I'll put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage on them. It's gonna be good. Hang loose, baby!
I hate you, Tony Schlark. He called in some of Trucy's fans. But for what purpose?
Apollo? That thing Mr. Retinz just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand.
Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? Because he's actually Mr. Reuse! He's the real Mr. Reuse, and that's why he's so mad about the Troop Gramyras.
I don't know.
but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
No way. But I thought he said magicians were a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Mr. Lawyer?
Oh, I knew it was you, Bonney. Haha! Oh, hello, Bonney. Can I help you with something?
Well, there's something that's been bothering me.
Really? What is it?
You see,
Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about?
Betty,
Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of that? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain!
but I...
Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny! Come with me, now!
I wonder what was bothering her.
There's no way we're finding out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
Court is about to reconvene.
Will you be alright testifying?
Yes. It's just... I wonder what Mr. Retinz has up his sleeve.
That he's Mr. Reuse?
I doubt...
I just understood something. Ah! Frick! Oh, I just understood something! Mr. Retinz and Mr. Reuse. That's terrible pun, man! Either you reuse something or you get rid of it. Good riddance. My gosh.
I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. Wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine!
Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick.
That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine.
Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right, and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
That a girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this!
Right, Justice. You can do this too. Kind of focus on the rest of the trial. April 28th. District Court. Courtroom number 6.
Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy right. Magician.
Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail!
Last member of the criminal troupe!
Boo! We don't want to see you! Troupe? What did I say?
Order. The gallery will be quiet, or we'll have you all thrown out on the spot.
What's with all the hecklers?
I bet they're the fans Mr. Retinz invited.
What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out.
Now then, Miss Wright. This court would like to know if you switch from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please, testify about this issue.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic.
Hurry up and convict her already!
Give her the death penalty! What was that evil laugh? Buddy, what was that evil laugh?
Silence! All of you! I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves!
In spite of everything, still smiling.
Her Trucy is amazing, isn't she?
She sure is. Doing just fine up there. True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the Trickery creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Rites. Watch carefully now, everybody.
The stupendous sword switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed.
Wait, 1 second. Judge, why did you let her bring a sword in here too?
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Hup. As you can see, the blade's not steel, but rubber.
Made a link up noise.
Bravo, Miss Wright!
Wow, she switched them in a flash! I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around.
The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So, when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. As for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. I wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you, now would I? That's our Trucy.
Yeah, Bill. Miss Wright. That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. It looks like I'm not the only one. Did she spin around and... Did she spin around? I don't know what it's doing there. But now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. The stupendous sword switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword.
Please be careful, Miss Wright.
Don't worry. I've practiced this trick 1,000 times. That's right, Apollo. You have to give Trucy some credit. She knows what she's doing.
I know. But it still makes me nervous every time.
But that's what magic is all about. A truly great magician can make her audience experience all kinds of thrills and chills.
I guess you're right. I'd better try not to interrupt her too much while she's doing the trick. I don't want to distract her or break her concentration.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, back to the exciting world of magic. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is.
Hold it!
Miss Wright, please don't swing that big dangerous thing around. Somebody could get hurt.
Apollo! Please don't shout when I'm swinging a blade. When I'm swinging a blade around, somebody could get hurt.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I can help myself.
You should know better than to talk to me when I'm on stage.
Mr. Justice, we'll see you in my chambers after court is adjourned.
Uh-oh. I don't suppose somebody could make me disappear before that happens. Please?
Let's just watch quietly, shall we, Apollo? And now, back to the show! See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed.
So it's definitely a real sword, right?
Now, Apollo. I know you're excited, but you have to control yourself.
Mr. Justice, you needlessly interrupt this wonderful magic show again. I'll be forced to bring my very real gavel down on your head. I want to watch the magic, please.
The judge seems to be completely taken in by Trucy's magic.
Yeah, it's like she's cast a magic spell over him. I better not interrupt her anymore. There's no telling what the judge might do to me.
Miss Wright, please ignore any further outbursts from Mr. Justice, and proceed with your spectacular tricks.
Alright, here I go then. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword and...
Oops. I did it again.
I've had it up to here, Apollo! Can't you listen quietly like a big boy?
Sorry about that. I got a little too worked up.
Apollo... Now, boys and girls, watch carefully and please don't kick the seat in front of you. I'll now take the sword and... Presto sordo! There, I've switched it.
They switched swords when you spun around just now.
That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show, too. But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though. The key point is the sword switching. If only we could prove she did it during the actual show, too.
Right. Prove that she switched them during the show.
What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled.
Oh, it's nothing. Uh-oh. This is quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this?
Miss Wright, please continue with your trick.
So you've all just witnessed me switching the swords. And now... Hup!
Watch out!
Eek! What do you think you're doing, Apollo?
But you were putting yourself in danger. I could just stand by and not say something.
Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel.
Apollo! You better apologize before you become this case's next victim.
I'm very sorry, everyone. How did it come to this?
Alright, boys and girls. If you want to ask for an encore, wait until the end, okay? Now then, my sword was sharp as steel just moments ago, but... as you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Wow, that's incredible. How in the world did you switch them?
Huh? But I explained it once already.
Could you show it to me again?
Sure. But remember, a magician doesn't usually share her secrets, so this is a very special exception.
I'm very grateful for your generosity. Believe me. I better take a good, hard look at the instant she switches the swords.
Even though she explained how she does it, I still can't see her do it. It blows me away no matter how many times I watch.
Yeah, me too, but...
What is it, Apollo?
Did you notice anything about the way Trucy moves during the trick?
You mean like her movements?
I don't get it. What's the real story, Trucy?
Objection!
That's right. There's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
Seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
What's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirled your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords?
Yes, that's right. I knew it.
Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused and lie for me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you were arguing the defendant did not swap the sword during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor. That wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false.
But...
Now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly unintentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Ryu's death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objection to that still? I was, after all, your own assertion.
The defense, The defense has an objection. To you, Mr. Apollojustice. I demand you withdraw that discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it.
Will the defense team kindly save their spat until after the court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage.
Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
It's such a shame.
But I did switch the swords. I swear. You're knee-deep in it now, Justice. Hold it. Who's holding? Oh, Bonney! Hi, Bonney!
Excuse me.
Let's see. You are... which one again? Betty? No, that's not right. Bonney!
Bonney.
It's Bonney. You're mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonney?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rios.
Bonney? Betty, no. Hey! What's the big idea?
Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician. Never commit murder. I refuse to believe it.
What are you talking about? You harebrained hare! You keep your trap shut! I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down!
Oh, I won't be quiet.
I just realized there was foreshadowing! I just realized there was foreshadowing! Wait a second. Okay, so do you remember yesterday when we were exploring the dressing room and everything, right? There was a black bunny and a white bunny. Exactly what they are. And if you also remember, there was a dove that was shown, and in a cage that was covered, we heard very strange sounds, which I believe now is a bat. I just realized there was foreshadowing about this relationship in the dressing room.
No, I won't be quiet.
What's the matter with you? Did you hear me?
Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy?
That's right, Bonney.
I always been afraid to stand up to Bonney, afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic! Hurry up and convict her already! Give her the death penalty! I changed the voices. Whoops. Oh well.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves!
Seeing her courage. She gets smiling despite everything. It's just incredible. So, I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave.
What have you done to my sister, Trucy, right? You practically brainwashed her! It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonney's heart.
Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonney, is the topic of your testimony related to the thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess?
Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. Not exactly sure what it is, but something is odd. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonney?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on the stage yesterday.
Objection.
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the footage, the show footage.
But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well,
We have some show footage.
you do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine.
Oh, it's the one that focused on you the entire time.
Kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then, afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
Telling you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it.
Please submit that footage to the court. Do I get to watch it? Okay, what's happening in this? Hey!
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Don't look at her legs! You psycho! There's a bit that was cut out. Wow. Okay then. Wait, there's a bit that was cut out. Wait a second. She didn't throw cards in this. Right there! I saw the cut! I saw it! Did anybody else see that? Where it kind of, like, jumped? I saw that! Wow. Okay, then.
He really did keep his camera on Bonney the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, in defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting?
Yes, there has been a cut. The fact it was focusing on her legs! Ah! Of course I do.
Okay, so how are we going to go about this?
Try comparing the two.
We just might find an inconsistency between them. An inconsistency, huh? Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonney felt there was something off about the original footage. So if you can pick out what's different between the two. Oh no, what Bonney found strange. Exactly. Plus, let me figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage.
Very well. I will allow it.
What a waste of time.
Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback.
Okay, and so how do I switch between the two videos?
Just use the switch button. Q. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, use the cursor over the difference and present it to the court. Ah!
Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff, somehow.
Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. It's almost like, in my head, it feels like we're in a video game of sorts.
What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. Blinding. And switch footage. There. Hard. Hard right there. Cards are literally flying out of nowhere. And present. That's it right here. Take a good look at the scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here?
Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards?
Oh, those? They're the cards I throw. They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What?
Mr. Justice, does this mean...
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage.
The footage was edited.
Yes, with malicious intent.
That is absurd.
Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor.
Who's holding? Gonna be Mr. Schlark, isn't it? It is Mr. Schlark. Frick you! It's you. Why did I have to look at your feet? Ew.
Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. Give the guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Samadi. Please, take my card.
Business card. Ah, yes. I've read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? And, or, what's a crack-a-lack? No.
I wasn't expecting that.
How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie, for example?
Oh ho! You're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Retinz, otherwise known as Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my, so you're the Rating Raja!
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. Can I have your autograph? Oh, but Prosecutor Samani, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
Yeah, something. A place called Burger Barn will definitely have some amazing cuisine, now won't it?
What? You went to Burger Barn?
Who would have thought? Must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Cause that line. Woo!
Compared to my aesthetic trading, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend a Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way.
Here's a Southwestern burger! You seem like such a serious character, and then you do this! What the frick? I recommend Southwestern burger. Are they calling... What's the Southwestern burger? What is...
Rock roll buttered and toast.
Okay, so it's essentially like a spicy burger. This guy likes his spice then. Yeah, it depends on where you get it though. McDonald's is very dry. Yeah, if I ever find a place that has a Southwestern burger, I'll definitely try it. I like spicy food, so I should be able to. And jalapeno jack cheese. That adds even more spice, doesn't it? I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Or sitting down enjoying one.
Prosecutor Samani's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside.
He's a foodie, come on!
Mr. Retinz, was this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick.
Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. Anyway, in other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios. Yeah, see? That's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean?
Well, Trucy definitely did swap the swords, as you saw. Oh yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reeves when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse.
So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed?
It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I have hiccups. Gosh dang it! I say Trucy murdered Mr. Reeves when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody be the wiser. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious looking shadow in the footage too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. I'm out.
Suspicious. I looked at a different kind of footage. I was looking at Mr. Oh, I saw something. What was that? I did see a shadow.
It might be easier to just see it for yourselves.
I just did.
Oh, frick, you were gonna show me anyway.
It's only for a split second, but it's hard to catch, but look here. The suspicious shadow must be Trucy. He's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim.
But she literally just ran off stage.
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage?
You see? There's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Bonney.
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say. Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed.
Alright, with Prosecutor Samadi's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Retinz.
Roger Retinz, the ratings Raja. Now, Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers.
It wasn't deliberate, I tell you.
Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and longer boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut out. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage?
I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut?
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me.
Oh, an objection. Oh, cool. It sure packs a lot more punch than when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle.
My objection is not for your entertainment.
And cut. There. I got some good stuff there.
Mr. Retinz, filming is prohibited inside the courtroom.
Whoops. My bad, Judge.
And if the defense has an issue, I can point it out during its cross-examination.
Also,
Marty doesn't really, talk much, does he? Oh, frick.
Hold it!
Really? I've never heard anybody say that.
It's common knowledge in the TV world. You got any idea what snooze cruise it'd be to watch a magic show without editing? A magic show like that one, anyway.
That was ice cold.
Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. Scenes are spliced together and longer, boring scenes are cut out.
Are you saying you thought there was boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show?
You gotta ask? That script and presentation deserves a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does.
What didn't you like about the show exactly?
The whole thing was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is.
It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash.
I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony.
Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something.
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will toward Troop Gramyras.
Huh? What makes you think that?
The things that you yourself have said.
You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramyras magicians are a bunch of lowlives.
And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Words such as those cannot be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear on the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lot of a lawyer.
You do wish me ill will. I know you do. You bear me no ill will. Could have fooled me.
And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you, as it seems you have strayed from the path.
If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Retinz, please continue your testimony. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional.
All the scenes you could have cut. Why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me.
Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices like which content gets cut.
Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case?
You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it.
I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Contract. Either the contract or the prank plan script.
Take that!
This piece of evidence proves that you bear ill will towards the defendant.
That thing? What could that possibly prove?
But take a good look right here. Don't you agree that it puts you in a bad light?
But looking bad and having evil intentions are two entirely different things. Look at me, for example. I'm not evil, but I am a bit of a bad boy. Oh, if I could be a bad boy myself. But bad lawyers get penalties for presenting bad evidence.
My bad. Yeah, that was my bad.
Look, I didn't mean anything by it. It was just coincidence I had out that scene. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. But what, you got some proof that I had ulterior motives?
Hold it!
Prank plan script then. This piece of evidence proves that you bear ill will toward the defendant.
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there?
This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. The contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads, if, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party.
That's $3 million! That's a completely unreasonable sum.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Retinz had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or, more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
Conned her? How did he do that?
There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It's housing carbon paper that will secretly copy her signature onto other documents.
Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay out, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million. That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Retinz. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you?
This clipboard is yours. Yours, though, isn't it, Mr. Retinz?
Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway. That much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake.
Or maybe you used it on purpose. To con Miss Wright.
Mr. Retinz has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please do not use this trial to try to get out of paying your agency's debt.
That's not what I'm doing!
Proof Mr. Retinz isn't connected to the carbon paper, huh? If Trucy's signature was copied onto the fake contract, then there must be an original contract that Trucy actually did sign.
True, but I bet Mr. Retinz is too savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. But what if her signature was copied onto more than just the fake contract?
Like a third document with Trucy's signature on it? Have we seen anything like that, though?
Yeah, we have.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony.
Hold it!
What other scenes did you cut from the footage? Hydrated.
Huh? Oh, no others, I guess.
You mean you only edit out the sword-switching trick scene and nothing else? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim it as mere coincidence?
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which to prove or otherwise defense.
Well,
if you have a valid circumstance of Mr. Retin's testimony, feel free to counter with evidence.
Hello, Apollo?
It'd sure make things easier if we had some.
I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later.
He isn't really gonna put this on TV, is he? Proof that Trucy's signature was copied, huh?
But we don't have any proof. That's why our agency is under seizure right now.
True. Or do we?
Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Music's up. Right answer. Must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to insinuate in front of the camera? Think of the viewers. You know, like a newscaster. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now, let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract.
Whoa, would you look at that? They're exactly the same.
That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Yes, keep going. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitively prove your malicious intent.
Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. I'll get great ratings for sure.
Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Retinz. The fact that you bear ill will against my client, so the show's footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
What a forced argument defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will toward Mr. Wright, but his pecuniary greed.
That's right. I just want money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right?
You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy.
You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramyras magicians are all a bunch of lowlives.
I can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of.
He is Mr. Reuse.
Your Honor, I like to argue that Roger Retinz and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them.
Hidden.
Connection?
What is it now?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice?
It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely, it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my arguments, you wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously.
Would I really? Very well then. Do proceed.
Did you figure something out, Apollo?
Nope, not a thing.
What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing.
You're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice. I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Retinz?
Trucy, they're dating. Retinz is a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Retinz did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't have a camera on me.
What if Mr. Retinz is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. The passage in the sacred scriptures of Curanism states, "He who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey."
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't gonna get it anyway.
But we saw Mr. Retinz perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye.
Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor?
If a connection as tenacious as that is all it takes, and every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused.
I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff?
You would do well to cleanse the putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony.
Pony?
3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey.
Numbskull for numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there.
I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it?
Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Gramyras.
Huh?
No way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Retenz is reused. I've already figured this out. Like, an hour or two ago. I figured this out a while ago! This is such a big reveal. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see. What sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer. The one who had a motive to commit this crime. What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense?
Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Gramyras and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And that piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Reuse belonged to Troop Gramyras. But then, the troop outside ousted him, and Mr. Reuse vowed to get revenge on... them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? I was gonna say routine, that's not right. Yeah, he's missing the scar. That's not reuse! Haha! I figured it out! I figured it out before I even remembered the scar. But Mr. Reuse is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Reuse is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reuse? Yeah, he has long enough sleeves to cover the scar. Wait a second. Tear off his sleeves! Tear them off!
What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Yep, and if we tear off Mr. Schlark's shirt, we'll definitely find the scars. No, Mr. Reuse. Then what about the real Mr. Reuse? It would mean the real Mr. Reuse is still alive.
That's absurd.
I'm looking at his arm now. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reuse if not the victim of this case? Mr. Reuse, it's time for you to strip. This is gonna be a quite literal strip search. You need to remove your shirt now. Do it in the middle of the court so everyone will witness. I can't actually imagine him saying that. Well, I just said it in his voice, so it's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick.
the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer. The one who hated Troop Gramyras and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Ryu's in his stead. Yeah, look at his arm.
He doesn't have the scars now, does he?
He's not Joker.
Bailiff, bring in that musician that we put in jail. Wait, that's in a foreign country. Never mind.
I was gonna say bring in the musician from yesterday. Then I remembered he's in a different country. We can't bring him here, right? I forgot.
Bailiff, set up a video call. My cousin in Curate told me about this amazing musician that they just recently put in jail. Have him play some funky music while we're doing this.
Okay. The real Mr. Ryus is Roger Retinz.
But that's...
Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Retinz is the real Mr. Ryus.
What?
Him?
Objection.
Again with the mantra. Hey, don't you throw that at me.
Oh, hollow red pepper. Your impotent seeds sprout not but meaningless empty words.
Are you gonna call me a red pepper every time I have a trial against you? Yeah!
And possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory.
It's not a bad idea for a soap opera. But not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot.
You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Ryus in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on this poster.
The scars. Scars!
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Ryus sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video of the victim's shot of himself shows no trace of that injury.
Oh my! You're absolutely right!
Now, Mr. Retinz, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Retinz, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there?
Come on now. I have nothing up my sleeve.
You have a scar.
I don't need to hide anything up there, because I required no tricks or gimmicks. You see, my magic is the real deal. Of course it is.
My lady. Mr. Schlark. What the frick? I got distracted. I get distracted by him doing the weird my lady thing.
Is this what you were hoping to see?
Oh! There it is! The scar!
Just as I thought.
That's right. I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history.
The second one.
The great Mr. Ryus. This...
It's totally...
absurd. How ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark, carved into me by Troop Gramyras, will bring me back into the limelight once more.
Strange are the karmic threads before me. The witness is the real Mr. Rites, who is the victim who perished in the magic show.
Who was a fan? I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Reuse. In confidence, I told him my true identity and told him to take on my mantle. Where'd you get all those coins? Why do you even have that many?
When did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago. I taught my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic on the stage we called television. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
You know, honestly, I forgot he can just roll up his sleeve, so I thought we were really gonna rip off his shirt. Mr. Retinz, or should I say, Mr. Reuse. In your hatred of Troop Gramyras, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery. And then set up Miss Right to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Gramyras name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, and that much is true. It was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramyras. But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Head, where does that go? Yikes!
Yeek!
His head! What did you do? What was that?
Just kidding.
What the heck was that? Cutting off his own head! What was that?
My words, Lori lad. I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks.
Enough with the ambiguity. Enough with the ambiguity. I'm turning it Albert Bud here. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Would you agree, Prosecutor Samadhi?
Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi.
What?
Recall defense that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retinz was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that.
So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter?
Yes, I think you better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Very well then. On with the show. Fire. Pretty. Are you watching, Magnifique Gramyras? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious protege. The Gramyras line will be no more. Are you casting a spell? My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. It spared no time for the magic show. You ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is. A simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. It is again. Do you understand now, perhaps? I do not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? Staff did say he was there at the station. But it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. Mr. Retinz is the killer. He had to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reuse's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through.
do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance.
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right?
Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see, my journey took about 10 minutes by car.
Do you actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim?
Allow me to start by reading your mind. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim?
How the—
But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver's a big fan of the Rings Raja. I even gave him my card.
He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him.
You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident.
The bikini thing, yeah.
Hold it!
What was this other TV show you were working on?
My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Rings Raja special production, yeah! Yeah! Hang loose, baby! It's called Desperation Regeneration.
You switch personas just to say that. Just to say that? What's the show about?
Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right?
Might I suggest you appear on the show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded suddenly into obscurity.
And let the Rings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on?
In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. You ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you?
I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not?
He doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy.
There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same.
He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself.
Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? Eerie how perfect it is.
Has all been revealed to you now. And there it is. A simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it!
I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe?
Again with the twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row?
If you do not believe in defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless.
Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched.
He did the killing after the incident. His alibi really is airtight.
I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident.
Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough.
I figured out what happened.
What would happen if Mr. Hat still had a sword on him, then was dropped from the rafters? What would happen?
Some the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head.
It is!
The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm.
Apollo! Trucy will be thrown in prison. It will be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price?
I told you! I have absolutely zero intention of going out on a tuna boat!
Thank Justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So, what now?
We'll hold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Rites, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time.
Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there.
In other words, you make us see illusions, right?
We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is.
Could it be... You know what, Mr. Retinz? Yes, we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that has suddenly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad?
Have you got something, Apollo?
Just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't. What they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Retinz's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? And reevaluate the valuability of all these things. And just maybe. Athena, something uncanny about this case.
Okay, what is it?
Retinz's alibi. It's too perfect.
That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try.
But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think.
I'm not following.
We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi.
Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right?
It's definitely a possibility.
But the defense care to share with everyone what's discussing over there.
Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we will even finally see his hiding behind the curtain, so to speak.
Was this certain assumption you're thinking of?
This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. The culprit, the crime scene. The culprit was on the scene. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? if that were the case, then Mr. Rience's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appeared to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
But can we just as easily assume that the shadow was shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if it's not the culprits, then whose is it?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself. Yeah, it was Mr. Hat. Mr. Hat got... I'm right, it was Mr. Hat!
In that case, please point out the show footage for us.
This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Pause, fast forward. Well, we don't need to pause like that. Oh, there it is. Oh, but come back here, Mr. Hat! How dare you!
Take that.
Doesn't that shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure?
Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
Miss Wright, could you identify the shadow for the court?
Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire.
Then, could the shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too?
No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there.
In other words, the second shadow was from some other figure being pulled up.
Some other figure. I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice.
He's right. Come this far. I'll just have to figure out from the clues I have on hand.
What is the second shadow shown in the footage?
Oh?
Take that.
If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reeves. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery.
The victim.
Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retinz?
Indeed. What of it?
I contend that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air.
So you're suggesting that, after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Prank script says?
Why can't I talk? What? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece of resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show.
Don't tell me. You got it all figured out?
Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Retin's last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat. And hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. Just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time.
Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready.
In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that?
Falsify an alibi to murder him. Murder. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die? When he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin. If we can figure out how those two questions relate, the answer should become clear.
Could it be?
Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of the prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Miss Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. That explains what was up with Mr. Hat.
What? You mean...
Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And sprayed into a blade there in the catwalk. That's a terrible way to go. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of magic tricks.
What?
Remotely?
Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Reens was at the time of death. You show me your head falling off from this angle? I bet it won't be as impressive.
But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice?
Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. If it and Mr. Monroe, Man of Mystery, were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade and the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade.
Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape.
The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion.
I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it!
You were used, Betty. Roger Retinz used you.
I thought he was my little puppet to boss around. It was the other way around.
After the incident occurred, Mr. Retinz arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage.
But how did he have time to do all that?
When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see.
A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. It sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off.
As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Retinz, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent.
Gramyras!
That wasn't intentional. Again with cursing people with jujitsu.
Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant imbecile. Putrid red pepper.
He can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Samadhi?
No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means No evidence to support your theory.
But Mr. Riddens retrieved it after the fact.
Which still leaves you with no way to prove your whiny, fantastic remote murder theory.
But...
Without proof, does it not make more sense to believe the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all.
It is a very good point.
I was the only person who could have committed the crime here on that stage. Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused innocence. It is time, at last, to let it go and to move on.
Are you seeing this, magnifique Gramyras? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter! The Gramyras name is done for.
Apollo, you need to hit them with this decisive piece of evidence here.
I know. That's just what I was thinking.
Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed?
Of course I do, Your Honor.
This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script.
Right. So theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Retinz couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I expose this murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Retinz, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. I'm going into my head again. What is this? This is new? As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder wouldn't happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned, so no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't part of the show's original plan? His mistake. Bonney's mistake. Bonney made a mistake. Bonney made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonney make during the magic trick? That positioning. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonney placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. The culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Not in the coffin hole. Did show footage. Fingerprints on the He switched the coffin around! That's what happened! No, that's not right. Even if Trucy's position changed, that wouldn't affect the placement of the fingerprints on the outside of the coffin. Besides, Trucy didn't even leave any fingerprints. So in that case... okay, blood in the coffin hole. You had to switch the coffin around. That's what happened. The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy would appear on the left, the culprit must have put the blood on the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer was originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. Questions? What? Make the crime scene consistent with the facts. The culprit must have swapped the coffin sides. Which explains why the handprints look backwards. The culprit switched the coffin sides. That's right! The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable! The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts! But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Mr. Retinz. I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no trick. No. There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Yeah. And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Retinz tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. Here we go. Wait, we talking about... Yeah, the odd fingerprints right here.
Fingerprinting results.
Oh, I wish I picked that then, but it's too late now.
What about the fingerprints is unnatural?
Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? Especially with how the body fell out?
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way?
They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin as per the show's script. He then assumed he had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when she was trying to when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that, due to Bonney's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy used. Why is it so hard to talk? To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So, he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels.
Oh! And that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. The prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why did the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side?
I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminal testing.
Ah, right! Luminal! I almost forgot. Luminal could detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right?
That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Retinz? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection.
Trucy and Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection.
But I do have proof.
What?
A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side.
Oh my! You're absolutely right!
You impudent.
I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Samadi, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up.
You and these are the most accursed things from hell.
Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Did you get hit in the face with your own beans? His rosary attacked. It was tired of the abuse.
Prosecutor Samadhi, are you alright?
As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. Got knocked out with prayer beads. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Retinz.
Gramyras!
All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. I'm gonna say prematurely.
All of my secrets have been revealed, you say?
Yeah, they have, Mr. Schlark. What are you gonna do?
What is it? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal.
Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Rius. Witness the magic far greater than true Gramyras. Burn. Crumble. That's still burning. Fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Rius will bring an end to you all. And now for the final heir to the Gramyras name. Right here, right now, you too shall No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop! No! Curse you, Gramyras!
Curse those Gramyras. It's all because of them. Even now, they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss!
Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man?
You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Gramyras, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique, he took it all from me!
But that's no excuse. There's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a mean for murder.
What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all.
I get it now. That attitude toward magic. When my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician!
Don't deserve. I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see. So in the end, Gramyras was defeated by the great Mr. Rius! You're not fit to lecture me on high, Trucy, right? No, you don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn! Take that, Gramyras! You lose! If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, this guy. Why am I still on that? I need to let it go and move on! This cord in my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Retinz away, and bring a fire extinguisher, just to be safe. Looks like we've reached the end. Feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show.
It was close. We just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down?
Yeah, he just refuses to accept the fate. And that was a very interesting breakdown. The fact that he was trying to show Trucy and it was just himself, his own mask.
It's right.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to announce my verdict. But I see the wonderful smile of yours. That smile of a true entertainer. As I do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant Trucy right.
Not guilty.
Yay! I won my first trial against I forgot his name. I forgot your name. I've been saying it this entire time, but I forgot it.
Court is adjourned.
April 28th. District Court. Defendant, lobby, number 3. Freaking Samadhi. What was I doing in the judge's voice? Samadhi.
Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy! Grazie Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned.
There's a few things missing.
Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rius is gone, we need to find somebody to replace him.
No. No! Trucy, no! Trucy, no! Don't look at me like that! I'm not doing it! I'm not! No! I have a fear of heights. Literally in game, and I have a fear of falling in real life. No, no. Do you know how long it takes me to get up the courage to jump onto a freaking giant air mattress in the middle of a lake? It took me like 20 minutes in order to get myself to jump off the pier. I am not, no! I don't like falling! And being suspended in air is permanent falling! No, thank you! I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, no! No, Trucy!
Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything.
Hey! What are you apologizing for? Roger Retinz used us. We're victims too! Even made me an accomplice to murder.
But, Bonney, you have to take some of the blame for this too, you know? And if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him.
It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Retinz.
Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that
I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me.
Yeah, at a camp we went to, and there was like this tall pier, and at the bottom of the pier there's like this big pillow, like mattress, bouncy thing sitting in the water, and you would jump on it and launch the other person on the other side away, and then you would crawl to the other side and sit on it, and then you wait for somebody else to jump on and throw you into the air. And it took so much courage just to jump off the pier, but after jumping off the pier, I was terrified waiting for somebody to launch me into the air. But I did do that, yes. Multiple times, actually. I hate falling, but it was fun. Not to mention there was a snake in the lake once, and they were talking about crocodiles being on the other side of it. During, like, a church camp, I think? I don't remember.
But, Penny, why? Used to be a huge fan of Trucy's.
Hey! Shut up! I've always hated her!
Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right?
Speak for yourself!
But Penny, I still have your autograph of—
Just shut up!
Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Well, in order to have fun, sometimes you have to get over your own fear. I mean, I hate falling, but I refuse to ride a roller coaster again, especially after somebody lied to me and told me that the Loch Ness had only one loop-de-loop. It had two! I remember! I had my eyes shut the entire time too. I hated it. I'm never riding a roller coaster again. But, there's this, you know the freaking, I did it twice. Why did I do it twice? There's the ride that, like, you're strapped into a seat, and it, like, flips you upside down and twirls you around and all that. Yeah, I rode that, and I did it twice, and I regretted it both times, because I was terrified during, but it was still fun. Is she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? You shouldn't let your fear get in the way of fun, man. Oh, Trucy. I never knew that being the best could be so tough.
Come on, Bonney. We're leaving. Have to get ready for tomorrow's show.
You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you?
That's not true! So zip it, dummy!
Holly? Do you think I really am a naive greenhorn?
Huh? No way. She's not... After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for the lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I can see through your tricks.
See? So in the end, Troop Gramyras was defeated by the great Mr. Rites. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Runt. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Retinz said to heart.
Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe it was right to call me a greenhorn.
You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you.
Huh?
You're a wonderful Gramyras magician. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that?
I know you're a wonderful Gramyras magician because of this. The notebook. The only thing I haven't used. The only thing that makes sense. Notebook, isn't it? It's the notebook. Notebook!
Take that!
That I've yet to give you.
My grandfather's notebook.
The Gramyras Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You're everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
A great magician? Me?
You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Retinz said.
Oh, Polly. Thank you. No. I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I had been all alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling. Because of you.
Me?
I remembered what you said to me in the detention center.
After all, you sure you swapped the swords, right?
Yes, I remember doing it.
Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy.
But how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but
I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skills as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry. You're going to be fine.
your words are what kept me going. Apollo? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy's real smile is the best. So glad I can help make that happen. And thankfully her eyes are on Kenny. Emma?
I'm really sorry, Trucy. For everything. But why? I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Samadhi what a good person you are. I had to testify against you too. You had nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh!
Oh. Prosecutor Samadhi! What are you doing here?
Detective Sky.
Yes?
I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go.
Wait! Prosecutor Samadhi!
The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more. No further need to interact.
I just need to understand how your magic scarf works. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me?
What?
What? I know him? You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you?
Own lawyer of impure son. Nothing to say to the likes of you.
You serious, Nayuta?
Now, you will excuse me.
There he goes. Was he a childhood friend? What is this?
What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Samadhi?
Let's just say we're old acquaintances. How old is Samadhi? How? He's 25. Not far-fetched if we were friends, right?
Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that.
Yeah. Well,
You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject.
I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, thank you. Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future.
Sure, if you say so.
Hey, it's Mr. Wright.
Put him on speakerphone, Apollo.
What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo! How's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine.
Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It's a great victory for Apollo.
That's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. Full-fledged lawyer? Still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course! I wouldn't miss it for the world! Not to mention I think I'm being forced into it as an involuntary volunteer. Full-fledged.
So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right?
No. He just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
The best seat in the house. I really appreciate the thought, but...
Good, that's settled.
You meant on the stage, didn't you? You're gonna put me on stage now, please. No! Trucy! 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 April 29th. Penrose Theater. Stage. I'm gonna be on stage, aren't I? I should have known. What is this? Did you put me in a coffin? That this is what she meant!
Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic.
Wait a minute! You're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die!
Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait, stop! No! Ah! You locked me in a coffin, Trucy!
And that is how Trucy and Gramyras Land ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams.
What kind of an ending is that? Why did you lock me in a coffin, you psycho? Trucy can be a complete psycho sometimes. Oh my gosh. Oh, Trucy. Yes, let's save. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, Trucy. You complete psychopath. Oh frick! Oh frick! Did not mean to do that! No 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 no! No 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 no! No. Exit the game. Exit the game. Exit! Exit! No! Don't show me! No! 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 Don't show me! Close the game! Close the game! Close the game! Oh. Oh, okay.